Oops.
Introducing the new
Your Pablo today.
bundle, only from Xfinity. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile, all for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line.
No, I gotta turn that off or I'm gonna get echo, aren't I? Mute. I hear my commercial. Oh, I'm Pablo tonight.
Yep.
You can get unlimited data, Wi-Fi
No,
equipment,
no,
and
mute.
free stream.
It's gonna make me go through this commercial. Oh my god. Are you gonna do this or not? Am I streaming?
Yes.
Woo, there we are. Oh my god, is that really that big of a lag? That's like a... What is the latency? Hold on, guys. That's really weird. Oh, that's like a minute.
Nope. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Love you.
Love you. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay. I'll need Tylenol in 22 minutes.
Okay.
You'll need Tylenol in 22 minutes?
Oh, I was supposed to be muted.
It seems like we have a monstrous lag. Hello, kind and gentle folks. Sorry, the never-ending drama of Tomas does not know how to use the internet. Hope we're all good. Are we on everywhere? Yeah, it's like 16, 17 seconds. All right.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can they hear you?
Okay. I was just trying to figure out why you could hear me when I was muted before.
I don't know. I know not. So, hidey ho! So tonight we're going to be doing some sculpting, and then obviously if there are any questions or anything like that that we ask, really that's why I'm here, so don't hesitate to ask questions. Yeah. I'm not Pablo. I don't know. I never, for some reason, I never get my name on here. I think it's because everyone's at home by now, so I never get my name changed. Oh well. I think most people know who I am, even though it never fails. People come in and say, hello, Pablo. Poor Pablo. Are you there, Henry?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Just move the windows around.
It was just really quiet. I was like, oh my gosh. I'm falling apart here. How is everyone doing this morning? Afternoon, evening, whatever we're at? I just saw good morning, Tomas, so I said this morning. Hey, Brad. I'm just getting this sort of blocked out into shapes. We were working on this before. This was the original one. And we're just kind of updating them and making them a little cleaner for printing and stuff. I'm excited. The printers show up tomorrow. Woo! You're fighting with the bend curve tool. What's wrong with the bend curve tool? I love the bend curve tool. For those of you who don't know, the bend curve tool. Oh, this is multiple subdivisions. It won't take it. Is this one? Oh, I deleted it. Oh well. Bend curve tool, good tool. What are you doing? Are you starting? So with the bend curve tool, let's do this real quick. Boom. Duplicate. Lower res, delete higher, delete lower. W, boom, turn symmetry off, go in here and go to bend curve. Go in here and go to bend curve. No, why not? Do I have symmetry turned on? Why isn't it going to bend curve? Bend art? No. Help me, Henry, what am I doing wrong?
Waiting for the stream to catch up.
Oh, Jesus. Why are none of my deformers working? I don't have layers. Or, I mean, I don't have subdivisions. Okay. Well, let's try this. I don't even know why that's doing that. Okay, so let's give it some geometry here. Was it locked? It might have been. Bend curve. Okay, so we're gonna take this down to 3 points. And it's bending sharp. You're not getting a smooth curve like that. What's your geometry count? Because if there's no geometry in that, it's only going to be able to bend, right? If you only have 4 polygons, it's going to be sharp. Is it your geometry count? Oh, Jesus. No, 170,000 should be more than enough. So you're not getting this bend smooth at all, it's just being sharp? No, that's weird. Take a screen cap and post it in Discord and let's look at what you have. Show the lines. You know, show me the polygons like this. And take a screen cap because you shouldn't be having problems if you have that kind of geometry. And especially if you're only using 3 point, because often, you know, people do it with too many points to begin with, but you want to get your points, then push them in more, and now that lets you do weirder stuff, but you get that crossover points there. So take a screenshot and put it in Discord, and let's look at it, because with that kind of polygrouping, with that many division, with that many, oh my gosh, I can't even talk. With that many points, you should have absolutely no problems with bend curve. I was going to say bend curve works really, really well. So, got to figure that one out. Oh yeah, or link. Yeah, or link Henry. It's clever that way, he thinks. Yeah. Hey, old man, how's it going? And once again, if anyone has any questions, please yell. I'm more than willing to help where we can. We're just sculpting some pieces for our jewelry store. I need to update some of these models. This one I'm just trying to get blocked out as far as the forms go. I don't remember. This was the original. This one didn't make a whole lot of sense, so we were trying to block it up a little bit more logically. But I don't know if that's helping any. ZBrush and ZBrush help section on Discord. Boop. ZBrush info.
That is a very sharp bend.
Where's help? Where are you seeing it?
They posted in the official ZBrush Discord server, not ours.
Oh. Do you have a link to it?
Let let me see if I can get to this picture.
Oh, we're in admin chat only.
Yeah,
Aren't we supposed to be in the stream mode? They can't.
that's we usually stay in admin if we're not critting.
Can they hear you from admin?
Yeah, still desktop audio.
Oh, okay.
Does that link for you work for you? I just put it in
Yeah.
Twitch chat.
All right, so let's see what we got here. Hmm. How do I? It's not the same as Photoshop. It doesn't let me zoom out. How do you zoom out? There it is. Oh, I see. There's only 2 modes. Okay, let's see what we have here. Does it? What are we in? How come I can't? I don't know how to move
Control
pictures.
minus. Control minus.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to. Oh, control minus.
Control minus.
All right, I don't know. Oh, shice. Yeah, that's not curving at all.
So which one of those little pyramids?
Exactly. I'm like, okay, so which one of these pyramids is the one that's doing it? Okay, so let's go to W. Let's come in here, and it's one of these 2 guys that's probably doing it. No, those are width. Interesting.
What about the soft one? The orange one is distance, right? The orange one.
It's
goes to the
rotation.
center.
Orange one's rotation. And then this one is scale at the point. This one is like pinch and sort of inflatey sort of thing. See, it does a pinches that way and pinches that way. Or they call it, what do they call it? Squeeze, excuse me. So scale and squeeze. Smooth. Oh, I wonder if you turn smooth all the way off. Nope. Smoothiness isn't it. Curve resolutions is not it. Symmetry. If they have symmetry turned on. Oh. Maybe that's it. Even though I'm not seeing any bend in that though. Like, see, I'm still getting the bend. Right? Oh, but I'm getting. So the only thing the only way I can replicate it is having symmetry turned on. Are you in front of your computer? Vandler the Red. I wonder if that could be it. Because I am getting a sharp, right? You can see.
Yeah.
I'm getting a pinch, so.
It's less.
It just looks like
what
it's.
you have is significantly less angled than what they've got.
Yeah, hold on. I mean, because they're not getting stretching over the whole thing. You can see that it's just stretching right there at that joint. Hold on, we're here. Where's my symmetry? Symmetry. Nope, that's not symmetry. That's just axis. I grabbed the wrong one. Smooth 0. Symmetry. Yes, we do. I know, it's just whoever goes before me. I think, I don't know if they like if it changes it automatically or if it's something someone has to do, but by the time I come on, it's after hours. So I know I'm eternally someone else. It gives me identity complex actually, because I can't tell if I'm Pablo or Shane. Now how did we replicate that again? Now I can't do it again. Okay.
Symmetry?
Yeah.
Symmetry.
But hold on. Now we'll accept that. Now, was it bent when you started it?
It doesn't look like it because of the way in the center of their turn, it sort of caves in on itself.
Yeah, no. And you can see that the stretch is, it's like, see, this is bending evenly, where that is just purely bending.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even get it to do what I got it to do a minute ago.
If you have it how you got it a minute ago, which you need to turn on symmetry to do, and then reduce the length of the two white pyramids.
Okay, we're here. We have symmetry turned on. One on. We go to this. Yeah, see, these are just scale, though. That's not really going to... Like, he's getting... Because, see, this is still bending. Right, we're still getting the arc there, where he's not getting that arc at all.
So they also have the blue one that's by itself looks to be about as short as it gets. The green one, which appears to be orange in yours, is as short as it gets. And the middle white one between blue and orange is as short as it gets. And then the other orange one is cut off, so I have no idea how long it is. But
it doesn't
it looks like they zeroed out several parameters.
Uh-oh. Found it. What was it? I'm curious. Tamablo. Seamus Tamamblo. I stretched out the white control. Which one?
Yeah, so probably the white one between the blue and orange.
Oh, this one. Smoothiness. Oh, yeah, there it is. So, yeah, your smoothness was at 0, so you had no smoothness. I thought I just did that and it didn't work. So we fixed it. Woo! Okay. Delete all. Ridiculousness. Boop. All right. So we fixed it. Yay, team. See, we can solve problems here. Problem solving. Yeah. All right. Do we want to work on Hanya faces? Or no
Whichever one you
faces?
want.
Let's see. Well, we were working on gas mask, but that's a rhythm thing. He's pretty much ready to go, isn't he?
Yeah.
Hold on, we need to get rid of that. That is erroneous information. What should we put there? I guess we could stamp it there, couldn't we?
Yeah. We could stamp it there, or you could put your initials.
There's plenty of room for stamping. We'll come up with something. Ed. I used to put all kinds of weird little numerical things in there.
Mm-hmm.
Fudo's good, though. You know how hard it was to get Fudo to look at you through the ring, though? Look, he's looking down at you.
That would be so much easier to do today with the
Right?
relief projection.
Yep. But then I would have to resculpt Fudo, wouldn't I? I don't know where Fudo is. I have a really good Fudo somewhere.
Yeah, that might be past tense.
Yeah. I did a... For those of you, do not learn from me about file saving. I am the worst file saver in the world. And so here's another quickie thing. So this kind of detail right here reads incredibly well, and it's super simple, and you don't need nearly as high quality finishing because these all just polish off pretty flat. But But the second you turn it from something that's a line drawing into something that you want to keep sculptural elements, by making this kind of sculptural, I made this like 300 times harder to finish. So it could be tricky.
So where is the line between don't draw on your surfaces and most of the ornamentation you have on here, which is what I would think of as drawing on your surface?
Most of this is drawn on the surface. But this is intentionally supposed to look like icing on a sugar skull.
Or which
Right.
is drawn on the surface of
Right.
the cake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So stylistically speaking, I'm making something that is someone drawing on a surface. Right? So
I see.
So in turn, that's why it's stylistically that way. But you can see on the inside, we're not drawing on our surfaces.
Right.
He's a good Fudo. I think he's pretty funny. I love Fudo. He's cool.
Or anything else on this you think needs to be updated?
Well, this is a low-res model. 4 million polys is low-res. See, this has been decimated. This was going out to print.
Mm-hmm.
So before I clean this one up, I really want to remesh it.
Okay. Does it even need to be cleaned up if really the only part that you intend to work on is that one patch underneath?
You know,
If it's ready to go, it's ready to go.
maybe.
You don't have
My
to
only
change it.
my only issue with this one is that some of this resolution in the eyelid that is in one of those castings doesn't appear to be
Ooh.
here.
Okay.
If that makes sense. I think the one that I printed was slightly higher. Because if you look, this looks like a Dynamesh. This doesn't look like a decimation. You see what I'm saying? This is all really even. Where if this were
Yeah, it's
decimated.
extremely.
So this is a Dynamesh. This isn't a decimation. So this is actually missing surface detail even at 4 million polys. So I'll dig around and find the one that actually went to print. Because the one that went to print looks good. And I think I might... Here, let's look at Fudo real quick. Because when I did him, I was kind of in a hurry. And I think I punched all this, but let's take a look. Because this doesn't seem like these edges are rolled. He looks really goofy from straight on. They're not bad. I think I would probably punch the level of the flames just a little deeper.
When
And-
you had this cast a while ago, what was it printed on?
Probably a solid skate. Hey, Andres. That would be my guess. Yeah, I think I have a different version of this one. Because, see, this is still... All this is pretty cut in. And see the arm... There should be a layer there. Where it's a groove. Because, like, from this angle... You can't see the backside of the arm. And I know on the one that I printed you could. There's just a few details. This is just a... Because, see, the tooth is cut into his jaw.
Mm-hmm.
Where the other one, the jaw's out just a little more. And his eye's a little bit woggier, but He was really designed to look at you through the ring. Now, do you think we're okay with these bands, or are we going to change the bands? I think it could get a little work.
Yeah, I mean, you're the artist. Up to you. I like them. I've seen you do better.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, what, 14 years old? Well, no. 2000 and, what, 8?
Yeah.
So, I mean, these are old. What the program could do was very different back then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, if we're gonna, let's work on Hanya. And actually, let's solidify the band and then work on Hanya. So what we need to do, append Hanya. Look, she's not center. Isn't that funny? It's so old. Like a lot of these old ones, they come in and they're not on axis. It's kind of funny.
Yep.
All right, so now we're in the center of the world. Look, her eyebrows are all punched into her head. Cena, how are we doing, sir? Okay. Now, let us do... let's delete that.
We've got 2 questions. One of them is going to take you 45 minutes to answer, I bet.
What is it?
Let's see. How do you pick your own model as a micropoly?
How do you pick your... You come in here and you go to create. You have to create a... It has to be an insert mesh first, I think. And then, well, here, let's just see. Hold on. Let's go append a square, no, star. Change U, W to a square. Okay. And then we go into here. Let's turn this on. No, that's too many squares. Well, whatever. Does not matter. Come in. Go over, insert nano mesh. Oh, micropoly. Okay. Micropoly is under nano mesh, right? Or it's over here. Not nano mesh. It's under geometry. I always had it pulled out over here, but it never gave me my menu. There's a place in the menu. Where is micropoly? Dynamic subdivision. Right. Am I just blind? Oh, dynamic subdivision. There we go. Okay. So when you turn on dynamic and then you go micropoly on, this, how I found it, this is really funny. You click on this. And so let's look for Airy, A-I-R-Y. It's in a folder in here. And so I use everything. The best search thingy ever, A-I-R-Y. You can see Airy ZTL and 2022, not the beta, it's this one. Open path. Open path. Oh, I see it's up here. So you go to Program Files, Pixel Logic. In your ZBrush 2022 folder, there's micropoly, and you put it in that folder. It has to be a ZTL, And then it'll come up in this menu when you click on micropoly. Right? Who asked that one?
Raython.
Oh, yeah. So to get it to come up here, you just have to throw it in the folder. But remember this. When you're creating micropolys, it's actually very important that you take a 2mm by 2mm square, okay, and build your model, because every one of these edges, right, because it's looking for open ends to make a mesh together. Like if you're doing chainmail, right, let's, here's our chainmail, right? You know how those are open, so those need to be exactly on the 2mm to 2mm edge, because if they're not, they don't bind together. So you have to make sure that these things really are tileable and that they are at exactly 2mm by 2mm, right? So I wonder, oh man, I have that tool. I wonder where that tool is. Hold on, let me see if, let's just do a micropoly tool search. Remember that tool? It was the square and it had the halfway points and all that.
Vaguely?
You're not very helpful. Summit Video Micropoly. Not one of these is actually the video, though, is it? Yeah, me. So what we're looking for is Summit Video 1. Remember, I did a demo of that.
Yeah, I remember the demo.
We have cache file.
Summit 2020 Micropoly Eternity Bands. I have the video. It's in Dropbox.
How come I don't have the video? Hold on. Let me do this. Type. MP4. Here we go. No. I guess. How is it that I don't have these things? Oh, because I put them in Dropbox, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if you're syncing all of Dropbox.
No. That's not searching Dropbox. Will you post a link to that video?
I mean, I have it in Dropbox. I can't post a link.
Can't you just create a link?
I can give you a link for it.
Okay. Give me a link for it.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure I go over that. Or, I mean, honestly, it's... Hold on, let's go to YouTube.
Yeah, I'm sure it's on YouTube. That's probably the better.
What year was it? 2021? 2020?
2020. Mm-hmm.
Do Eternity Band.
Yep, I found it.
Oh, ZBrush Summit.
Link
That might help.
in Twitch chat.
Look in Twitch chat. Oh, there we go.
Link in Twitch chat.
Okay. First thing I did was I developed... So...
Oh, your blue sheet background. The memories.
So, like, I made a... Watch this video and it'll show you how to do it. But you want to be very... Being accurate in that is the complete and absolute way of making good micropolys. It's real important that you stay with that 2mm by 2mm base model, and that way when they bind they'll actually weld. Weld.
A whale.
Whale. It's a whale. So yeah, this video will show you exactly how to do it. Look, I actually go, it was like a whole 11 minutes of me talking about it. But yeah, it's very important that those stay. I just took the 2x2mm square and used it as a slicing tool. And then I just make it just a little bigger. And then you just Boolean intersect. And it's all the stuff that's inside the square stay there. And it's perfectly sized. Ta-da! You learn something new every day. All right. What was I doing here? Oh, this was micropoly. Yeah, no. Turn dynamic off. We don't want dynamic on. And we're going to delete that. Boop. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is remesh this bad boy. And what the second thing we're going to do is cut the back off this darn thing. And let's work on the face and let's work on the back. And then that way we can use the band as the band for all the rest of these things. So we have our guy here, or our gal as it may be. Hanya is a woman. I know that might be a shocker for all of you, but Hanya is a scorned woman. Let's see if, let's use Joe's plugin. Let's see if that works. How's that sound? We're killing lots of stones today.
Sounds good.
So much ZBrush. So much ZBrush in the world. Okay. I want my lowest resolution to be, what, 720? Is that what isn't that
Yeah,
what?
I usually go 700, but yeah, either way.
Oh, 700. We'll just do 700. It's weird how, like, you figure just the lowest is going to be better. But if you don't, it really matters. If you want to try to get it, really what you need to do is take 990,000 and divide that until you get whatever that number is, around 400 to 700. And that's the number you want, because then you can get 1 million poly submodels. Can you do that math for me?
Nope.
Come on.
I think it's 4.
Is it 4?
Yeah. 4.7.
4.7?
11.8 and a half.
What? You're confusing.
You know, I'm just saying random numbers, right? I'm
Oh,
not doing that math.
come on.
I didn't understand the instructions well enough to do the math behind it.
Divide 980,000 by 9.
Okay. 80,000 by 9 is 108,888.88 repeating.
108,000?
Mm-hmm.
So that's way too much. I don't believe that.
Calculator don't lie.
I know, but see, I'm thinking about it wrong because it's exponential. It's not just division.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't even know how to think about
you
going
need
about that.
You need factorials.
Or you can just take 400 and multiply it by itself a few times and see what that comes out to. Or by 4, I guess, as it is. All right, never mind. We're just going to put 700 in here. Everyone's like, what are they talking about? Why is this not allowing me to type this in? 400. No, 700. And 700. And let's just go 5. Because we only have 1 million here. 5 will be fine because I'll do my own divisions after that. Let's Dynamesh first, recreate subdivisions. We don't have groups. Ooh, we could be clever right here though. Watch this.
And make sure you initialize script before you click go.
Where did I initialize script?
It's in the top of so much ZBrush.
Why would you do that? That sounds horrible idea. What? Gosh, maybe that's why it fails on me sometimes. Alright, so no, that's not what I wanted. Let's see if we can get this to do it separately. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know that I've ever tried to do this. All right. No. I want that to be filled in no matter what. Oh. So, well, no, never mind. Okay. Control W. Boop. Those are different groups, right? Okay. Initialize script. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. So our friend Joe has this lovely program called So Much ZBrush. And the whole Z remeshing technique that I teach everyone and that I took forever to figure out and all of that, Joe's done it brilliantly and just turned it into a one. We're going to 2 times remesh. Let's remesh groups. All right. Boop. And you push remesh plus. Now, I always forget to push OK. And I sit here and wait for it to work for like a half hour and it never works. How big a mesh count are you accepting?
I think that's for crit nights.
Oh, yeah, 10 million's fine. I don't care. 10 million is not monstrous.
But today is not a crit day.
Right. I was just saying that.
Yeah.
It's not monstrous. So we're only getting 900,000 out of this. Interesting. Did it do it? Let's look at what we got here. That looks like a retopology. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, that's the base mesh. Man, he gets a really good reproject out of that crappy base mesh. That's interesting. Now, well, these holes are gone. Okay, the band did not remesh that great. Actually, this was I remember doing this. This is a nightmare to remesh, actually.
It really is, yeah.
These little holes.
Yep.
And it's not symmetrical.
Yep. When I was working on my eyeball ring with all the vines, yeah, I learned that.
Yeah, it does not like to remesh. 700's way too low for a remesh with that many holes in it. Okay, so let us undo. Okay, so that's like 6,000. Let's look at, okay, so that is 1,500. 1,500 is as low as he got. All right. So what that means is we're going to split these before we do the remeshing. Boom. Group split. Boop. No. I can't really do it that way either, can I? What's the easiest way to separate these things? Let's try this. Okay, let's just do that once and we'll give it a shot. Okay, so that's that. See, the problem with this, hold on, let's duplicate and, oh wow. That's completely destructive. It won't let me go back. Oh well, who cares? Okay. Now we're going to duplicate you. Boom. Boom. Hide, not go to. Okay. See, we can't really just split it off because if I want the back of the band, I can't just close holes. So what we're going to do is delete all. We're going to come back to here. We are going to, oh, this is the failed one. Delete. Okay. We have you. I just want the ring base. So we're going to take the ring base. We're going to go you. We're going to inflate you. Deformation. I want to inflate just a little. Right? Is that inflate? Oh, it's always interesting to try to figure out. Nope, backface masking. We don't want that. Oh, I know what we can do. Okay, we have this. Auto group. Tap. Boom. I see floating points here. Okay. Auto group. Tap. Oh. Duplicate. Group split. That's why it wasn't working. I thought it was on. Oh. I auto grouped it. It's not what I wanted to do. Take you, bring you up here. So a quick trick on how to get rid of, like, if you accidentally blow out your model in your, normally when you auto group, you tap it and then you can get rid of this crap by just deleting hidden. But if you do this where you have all this garbage, like if you split the groups or split the parts accidentally and it blows out all the noise, like we have here, I only want these three things, right? So I'm going to hide these. I'm going to turn this on. And I'm going to go W. And I'm going to turn this on. Right? I've turned my pizza boxes on. Only the things that I want to throw away are visible. Create new folder. Go yes. Doesn't matter what you call it. Now all that garbage is inside that folder. Here you come down and go delete all. Okay. Boom. And now all that garbage is gone. Do I have any advice for a very beginner sculptor in ZBrush session? Really work. It's all about work. Find a good set of tutorials, stick with them, and be patient. Because it just, all it is learning to see, learning to sculpt, and just, you know, it's just work. It's just so much work. But find a good set of tutorials, because ZBrush is very confusing because you don't know what tools you need to know. That's like one of the hard things, because there's so many options. And, you know, that's just starting at the beginning and working through. ZBrush is base set of tutorials are really good. And so I would strongly suggest starting with those. Obviously, we have a education platform, so you can always come to us. And we take you from the very, very beginning, where a lot of the tutorials assume you know things, where we take you to, this is how you load things into a folder, But the other thing I would say is copy. And that is, sculpt this. And then take a caliper and measure it and make it exact. And, if you're sculpt just simple objects, but make them exact. And that way if you're right or wrong. If you're trying to take, let's say a picture of, let's say Mickey Mouse. You can get Mickey Mouse at all kinds of different angles, right? That's easy to find. Sculpt a Mickey Mouse and compare the pictures and make sure it's exact. And that way you're learning. That's important. Because if you're just making things up, you never know if you're right or wrong, because you're like, oh, well, I meant it to look like that. Where if you're trying to do a human hand, not just that, but do your hand, it's in front of you. You can look at it from all different angles. And, I would actually take pictures of it. And then that way, that there are 3 wrinkles right here with a split in this wrinkle. And you can compare it. And that way if you're right or wrong. And having a right or wrong is incredibly important in when you're in learning. Because there is right and wrong. I know no one believes that nowadays because it's my opinion. But no, there are things that are human hands and there are things that are not. And if you're trying to do a human hand, you should probably try to do a human hand, So I think that's a big deal. Just being humble enough to know that you're going to make a lot of garbage. I mean, I make tons of garbage. We all make tons of garbage. So don't feel special. It's, we all make crap. Come on, get thicker. I want you thick. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so that went in both directions. And so now we're going to apply. And now we're going to, let's do it at 2 million, 3.2, that's fine. Dynamesh. Well, we all know that I have a soft place in my heart for goblins and orcs. I sculpted tons of them, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. What are you doing? Taking your sweet old time. There we go. Okay. Oh. But I don't want that. I want that to be solid. Okay, so we're going to take you. And we're going to block you up. Clay build up. We're going to fill this in. I know, right? Henry's going to make me do it. I just have to get to the point where I have free time to think about things. Right now, it's always just drama-rama. Living in the world of drammer.
The drammer, the drammer.
The drammer. Why's it gotta be so drammerful? What are you doing? Why is it just what do I have? Oh, I have knife on. Okay. I'm like, why is that doing that? That makes no sense. Second thing, pay attention to what you have. Pay attention to what brushes you've selected, because that's important. All right. So we're getting this in here. So what, I don't know if you'll know what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get the back of this ring separated from the face of the ring, so I can remesh them separately. And the issue is, how do you remove the ring and still have it usable? So I need to be able to get rid of the back. Now let's turn the face on and just make sure that we are coming through here. So we're going to just kick this back behind the face. Behind the face. Okay, that's going to go back because we don't want it punching through. Go back. All right. Okay, so now that's behind that. Let's turn this on. And let's just clean this up a little. Dynamesh it. I think we still have some hollow in there. See how it's still hollow in there? That's not what we want. Mm-hmm. Sometimes when I'm doing this and I have to think about things inside out backwards, we wind up with weird things, but I think this is the answer. We're just going to double check this. Let's turn this on. And all of that we shouldn't see any of the dim there. Okay, we got that. Mm-hmm. But we want you covered. Mm-hmm. You covered. Are we seeing any other? That's an intersection point that we don't want. Okay. That looks. Dynamesh just one more time to make sure. And now we're gonna drag you down here. New folder. Put you in there. And the first thing we are going to do is up here, start, make you a cutter, And now we are going to Boolean folder. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is ZBrush's Live streams, and there's all kinds of artists, and yeah, it's a good stream because there are lots of people doing all kinds of different things. It's pretty exciting. Okay, so that separated our face. That's good. Let's look. I'm gonna tap on you. We're going to welcome to the ZBrush community. If that was your first launch of ZBrush, you're here. Yeah, what category are we in if it's not creative? Hi.
Talk show.
What?
Talk show?
We need to get that reclassified. No wonder we don't get random. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Podcast, yeah. No. We're certainly not a talk show. I wonder if that's a thing I can change with a commit.
Give it a shot. So we have this first. And then we're going to come back to our folder here. Turn everybody on. And then instead of cutter, we're going to make it intersection. Boolean folder. That is weird. Yeah, I don't know how we're not in the art category or the creative category. That's bizarro. And there you go. Now you can see that we've created the two pieces. This is the back side. This is the front side. Right? And now we know that these two pieces will key together perfectly. And so I can make this, and I can use this as the key to cut all the other parts at some point. Now, first thing we need to do is we're going to Dynamesh this. We're going to resculpt this anyway, so I'm not going to be too stressed about this one. We have our Dynamesh here. Boom. Now, I am going to come in here, and we're going to make the... No, let's do the face first. All right, so here's our face. Let me close holes. I'm just going to add some thickness to this. I just want a little more leeway when I'm turn symmetry on. Turn back face masking on. I don't know why back face masking was turned off. Super weird. All right. And all we're doing right now is giving some thickness to this, so when I do start sculpting on it, it's not just paper thin. Because we're going to remesh this in a minute, so I'm not super worried about this geometry being super clean. And we are resculpting, so once again, not super stressed about any of the stuff. All right. this in here. No, this is a line of jewelry that I made. So this is ZBrush for manufacturing. I teach primarily, well, our main foundation of the education stuff is ZBrush for jewelry. But everything we teach, like, it's the same thing for miniature. Like, everything I teach can be used for, like, miniatures or furniture or games or any of that, you know, because it's really ZBrush for manufacturing. So, yeah, no. Hey, Anorax. Okay. Close enough. Boom. All right. So now we're going to come back over to Joe's plugin, So Much ZBrush. We're going to start at 700. We'll do 5 subdivisions, remesh, all of that. Boom. Okay. And this should give us a really nice clean face. What is that? Oh, you tried to change the title. Oh, you did change the title.
Yeah, I bet did I?
It's changed on mine. It says critique session, ZBrush Julie. Did you change it to that? No.
No. I tried to change it to jewelry sculpting with ESW.
Yeah, it says critique session, but that's okay. At least my name's on it.
Somebody else changed it.
Wow, what happened there? I think that's actually the remesh model. Am I wrong? I am wrong. Oh, no, that's interesting. It didn't... I think I hit the button. I stopped it in its process. But that's still solid. Let's go half. I like how it judges. Like you say you want a low res, but this it's saying, no, that's really as low res as you can get this and still retain any detail. Or I might have just interrupted it. Well, let's divide. Ooh, look at that. We can get it. Boom. Look at 94 million. Yeah, boy. So what was our lowest subdivision there? So we know that if we start at 1400, but see, so half of that, yeah, like 700.
700. That's what we started with.
That's what we always go to. Okay, so, but how do I always wind up with things in the 60 millions instead of the 90 millions? I don't know. Because I'm a mess. I'm sure it's my fault. All right, let's see. Is that okay? Do I want to be persnickety and go to 700? Half. Z remesh. Okay, that's not bad actually. So that's 712. But you know what I want to do? I want to add. No. Insert. I just want to add a little bit more geometry right there in the eyes. Because it's no fun not having enough geometry in there. Okay. And is this is our base model, right? Yeah. Hit control. Now that's our history. Come here. It's going to have a problem reaching those fangs, but project history. Moshi moshi.
With whatever chat window it is for you that allows you to type as Pixelogic,
Is that
will
hold
you
on.
paste in? Give it a try.
Does that say Pixelogic? No, that just says
Yeah,
restring.
that one. No, that one.
That's
that one.
that is the one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, what do I need to do?
I just sent you a message in Discord in our DMs. Will you copy and paste that and send it as a message?
All right, let's see.
Nope. Okay. Thanks, Nightbot. Super helpful.
Nightbot says, blow me. Nightbot's not very helpful sometimes, is it? Actually. No, I don't know where it is. I have 2 other webcams in here somewhere. But I don't know where they are. I don't know what happened to them. Yes, but not today, you old man. So the other nice thing about doing this with projection instead of, or with history projection, because I can turn on my history brush. You have to turn symmetry off, but you can come back in here, and instead of just the general, if you're doing it here at the early phases, you have to be careful. Do it at 90 degrees so you don't mangle your mesh. But at the same time, you're going to come back in here and smooth it out again anyway. So you can just come back in with your history brush and get all this sort of up to where it needs to be for a good projection. But you have to make sure backface masking is turned on or it gets mangly. Yeah. So all we're doing is getting our geometry kind of in the area we want it for a good projection. All of these things that are trenches are things that are below the projection distance range, and these are outside of the projection distance range. It is much better for you to take your time and do it this way, where you're going through and projecting it and bringing it to the area, than it is for you to just crank up your projection distance, because you got a lot of mangly artifacts if you do it by just kicking up your projection distance. So take the time, just come in here and quickly get into your projection range. You don't have to be super accurate. You just want to kind of get it in the area, because we are going to project it again. Now this is what you want to be careful with your projection brush. As you can see, I'm doing that here. Let's turn this on so you can see. I'm doing this and I'm like, oh, I want to do this. And I'm doing it at this angle, right? Well, you can see right here that it pulled all of that up and over. And that's because if it's at an angle, it's going to pull 90 to the edge. And what I mean by that is, so I'm going on the nose here, right? I'm using my history brush, and I'm doing this, and you can see at the 90-degree angle, it's great. It's flattening everything out, everything looks good. But now there's an undercut right there in the nose, right? Now look what it does. It pulls all of the, if you roll over the edge, it's going to drag everything up to that undercut. So you just want to make sure when you're using your history brush that you're doing it 90 degrees to the surface, and don't roll over any edges. And what I mean by that is, right, this nose, if my circle crosses over the edge of that nose, you can see it starts to pull all that stuff up. So it's better to use a smaller brush and rotate your camera a lot so you're not getting weird artifacting. Because of the history brush. And if you don't have back face masking on, this can be really aggressive and pull through if you're not careful. But spending your time in doing this will allow your next projection to be really nice and tight. Where I would not use this is on the teeth down there, because you're going to have all these weird pulling sides and stuff. So I'm going to just come in here, flatten these out. And then we're going to use move elastic, and we're going to use that, but we'll get there in a second. So we have pretty much everything roughly where it needs to be. Okay, and so I'm going to come in here and I am going to turn this on so we can see where the teeth are. Turn transparency on. Boop. I'm going to take move elastic, just come down here and hold down Alt, and it pulls it out. That's too big. And you can see that that's just getting some mesh up in there. I'm not trying to match them perfectly. I just want to get geometry up in there, because then when we do the projection, there will be something in there for it to find the walls. So often this really is just to make sure that you have some geometry that can be within the projection range so it can project. And you can see that those obviously didn't go the right way. That's okay, because I'm just going to take move, come in here, move these back and in, smooth, just get something in there. Smooth that out, just get some geometry up in there. Alright, kind of in the right direction. And now, because this is stretched out some, I want more geometry in my next projection round. So I'm going to divide. What are we at? 1.5 mil. Project. Oh, history. And you can see that there are a lot less of those weird artifacts. There are a handful of them, but I'm not too stressed about it because we are going to project again. I tend to do this with clay buildup just so I can get in there and rub on it, and it's going to continue to dig in or build out. Moving that back and in. You can see that's a mess there. All right. It's a mess there. There. Come back in and smooth this stuff out. Because it kind of projected oddly. And just come back in and build it up. Turn that up just a little. This should be symmetrical. All right. And you can see that when you don't have enough geometry to get the separation, right, we're getting these little things. That's when you divide again and you can press them down in your next division. And then you'll have enough geometry. Well, hopefully have enough geometry where those aren't going to be an issue anymore. So, yeah. Lock that back. Everybody else okay? Divide. Project history. No, either I'm using history, right? I marked this other place as our history phase. So history, and you use your history brush, it takes it straight to that old history state. So like here, right? You know, that's a tooth. I'm going to use my history brush, have turned symmetry off. And then I just go boom, and it goes right to that history state. So I like history. But these are always going to be your areas of problem until you have a lot of geometry, because you can't, you know, there's just not enough geometry to web those out. But that's okay. So because we're at 4 million. Divide. Project history. And then after this, we'll just start sculpting, and we'll get to the new place. Because you can see, at this point, I was just cutting my detail into the surfaces and stuff, and yeah, not quite awesome. So the question, Henry, is, are we just cleaning this sculpt up, or are we changing it?
It's really up to you. I would say just cleaning it up, because it's already a good sculpt. It just needs some rework in areas that you've improved upon in the last 14 years.
What, like hair?
Like hair, yes.
I like how all the points are big dents in the forehead. Classy job there.
Don't cut in.
These actually might have been made. Well, I don't know. I've had the SK brushes for a long time.
I don't know.
It doesn't. No, this had to be before SK brushes, because it doesn't show that I use them at all. And look, symmetry in the hair. Ooh, look at me, lazy boy. Mr. Lazy Guy. All right, let's. So now we have a bunch of subdivision levels. We're going to lower our subdivision level here. And I'm just going to smooth all this garbage out because this is garbage. Turn symmetry on. Not good hair. Bad, Tomas. We'll get the hair out of the way. Let's just smooth everybody out here. Oops. And then that way we will come back in and just do some redefine. Hold on. This is where we want to append. This is the one, I think, right? Yeah. All right. And then we're going to take you and undo that. We're going to keep you at the original just so we have a high-res original. Just in case I do something too weird for my own good. We always have a place to go back to. Delete that. All right.
Too weird for my own good is going to be the name of your memoirs.
Too weird for my own good. That, you know, wow. I don't really have anything to say to that other than, yeah, that's probably true.
I like it.
Yeah, no. That's, I mean, it's quite apropos. Definitely. Okay. High res. Smooth. Because these were all based on really famous no masks. I do want to make some of these where they're like more the characters than the no masks. Because the no masks are actually, you know, they're carved in wood and they weren't shooting for amazing detail, you know, they were all about character from 35 feet. Well, I guess the front row at the No Theater is a little closer than that, but you know, they're more simple than a piece of jewelry.
Yeah.
Because they have to read from afar. Okay. So now the next thing we need to do is we're going to come over here and we're going to go W and we're going to go plane. We're going to divide this up. That should be okay. We are going to go Q. And we are going to go let's lay down some strokes. Clay tubes. And I'm just going to get some cross stroking because it doesn't work very good on a perfectly smooth surface. Get a nice little rhythm there, smooth it a touch. go to my favorite brush. That's not true. Clay tubes, obviously, is my favorite brush, but this is a really good one. Crumple. I got a bunch of Pablo's brushes in here, so I have a lot of brushes right now, only because there are a handful of Pablo's cloth brushes that I thought would be pretty darn good, but I haven't really had time to work with them too much. So if you look, and I have 11 billion brushes, it's because I'm kind of going through Pablo's cloth brushes and some of his brushes. All right, so now we have like this nice crumply thing. So where is, let's see. This is one of his fabric brushes, but it's good for this. Or I thought it would be good for this, so that's why I loaded them before this. I think I'm one of Pablo's biggest brush advocates, only because I'm so lazy about making my own brushes. He does it so well. Why do I need to reinvent the brush? Let's go straight, get that in there. And do I want to do it this way? Maybe. Okay. So now we're going to come over here to Extractor. I'm going to go like this, hit G, start here, in there. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. I didn't. No, we started this from a start, didn't we? Oh, did it not come? Yeah. Sometimes it'll go. Is it doing weird? Yep. Yeah, there's the start. When you start from a star, you have to go back and set your history before that. So I want my history to be at my full resolution. Hold down Control, turn that, nope. Turn that into our history state. Because when it makes the extractor brush, it goes all the way back. It looks through all of your history. So, okay. So now we're going to go G. I'll make this a little bigger. G. Start here. Bump, 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 bump. Wow, not many people asking questions, huh? The last question was the history thing.
Would seem that way.
Am I really just that enthralling? Why do I think that's not true? Okay, so now we got here. Okay. I just wanted a little, when I do get to this point, I want some horn texture. Look at that. How quickly can you make horn texture? Super quickly. I love Extractor. I think Extractor's a brush that a lot of people don't use nearly enough. Because especially for doing things like this, unlike a lot of your alpha brushes and stuff, you really can control, like if I'm doing it soft, it's small, and then I get harder, it's bigger. And, you know, you just, it really allows you to control what you're doing. It's nifty.
It also tends to be, for me at least, far more dimensional than alphas get.
Well, it's easier to control your dimensionality for sure.
Yeah.
Because if you press hard, it's deep, you know, and sadly the alpha stuff isn't always that easy to control. I do like the new noise tools. I just haven't figured out how to get, like, let's say this pattern and use the noise brush. The brush noise brush, if that makes any sense.
Brush noise brush. Mm-hmm.
No, the noise down here under brush, not the noise over here under scene or whatever. Ash! How you doing? We are redoing old rings. Well, we're modernizing old rings. So we're working on Hanya. And I just showed everyone how to make a horn texture by doing that and extractoring. Yes. Because I love me some extractor. Whoop. Yep, gotta love Hanya. Hanya is one of my favorite. I love, you see all these guys with Hanya tattoos and you're just like, I wonder if you know that that's just like a really angry woman at people like you, bro. I don't know if that's a, hey, look, I've left many a scorned woman in the world, or I just don't know if a bunch of bros know what the Hanya is. Oh, this is clay buildup. No wonder it's acting weird. I'm like, why are you acting like that? And you're too strong. There we go. So a lot of people ask a lot, how do I get my brush strokes to be so smooth? It's because I sculpt at really high res with really low brush Z intensities. Because a lot of people who are getting really chattery surfaces have their brushes turned up to like 20 or 40 or 50. I mean, like, I'll move my brush up to like 10 if I'm trying to move some material, but yeah, it's not. Keep that stroke. See, my Z intensity here is only 3. But you can see that I can really control and shape my forms here. See, before we go back and start putting texture in, I'm going to come in and really refine her shape a little bit more, because this one, yeah, she's okay, but like you can see that I just cut these lines into the surface. That explains a lot, Ash. I see how you are. You just do that to be contrary. I know it. Is there anything new and exciting in your life? flight o'clock. Uh-oh. As in you're running away, or you're at the airport?
Fight. No L.
Oh, I'm also blind.
Did you make the extract brush tileable, or are you just building up horn texture with it, not tileable?
I didn't worry about it being tileable because I wasn't trying to create a tile. But if you create a tileable, see, I don't know if that means you're about to go beat up your boyfriend or you're just in a feisty mood with me. Come on, I gotcha. But if you make it so what you can do, hold on. Let us go to our extractor brush. Right, this is the thing we created, right? But if you come in here and you import, and I think I have some alpha, hold on, alphas. All right, so these are TIFFs. It does not like TIFFs, I discovered. So where's my PSD? I had so I imported a bunch of scalable alphas, but it winds up that all of these were PNGs, and alphas, you cannot import a PNG as an alpha. Did not know that. One sec, let me. Where are you? It's worth it. Give me a second here. I just have to find it. Here we go. All right, so this is a tileable scale, right? And if you just import a tileable scale into your extractor, you can then use it in your scales tile. Right, so, and you can just drag it as long as you want, and that's great. But what's cool about this, if you're doing it this way, is that if you press softer, the scales are smaller. So you can do transitional scale sizes pretty easy. Right. So it works. We're saving. How prone am I to imposter syndrome?
No, I was jokingly adding on to what Ashley said.
Oh. I was like, I have no imposter syndrome. I'm awesome. So, yes, you can make them very tileable, right? You can see that, right, that's uninterrupted and perfectly tiled. I'm guessing I don't need to know what that question was.
How much time do you need to spend in ZBrush before you're confident?
Yeah, that's tough. That's on your back. I mean, there are plenty of people who have spent no time in ZBrush who are very confident. They're misguided, but confident. Yeah, I think that, once again, if you're just learning, the best thing that you can do is kind of copy, because then you know if you're right or wrong. And then as soon as you know that you are, or that you can basically, you know, represent something that you're looking at, that's where confidence comes from, or at least in my book. It's like the day that I was sculpting, because I used to do maquettes and like my professional sculpting started sort of in the film industry doing maquettes and stuff. And, you know, they're sending you images of all these things that you, from cars to creatures to, you know, all kinds of stuff. And, you know, the day that I knew, or, you know, where I really gained confidence was that I had yet to not be able to accomplish what they gave me, you know, because I was confident in my art long before that, only because I've been sculpting for a long time. I mean, I sold my first piece of sculpture in 1978. So, you know, I've been doing it for a long time. And I was selling stuff as a kid, so, you know, that gave me confidence because, well, you know, I was accomplishing what I was trying to do. But, you know, I think that confidence comes from, one, either you are, you know, you have a very set style, you've developed it, people like it, and, you know, now you have confidence in what you're doing because you have been positively reinforced to the point that you're like, oh, look, I can do what I do. But now that's a very different creature than trying to work in the industry, because if you're working in the industry, it's very, very rarely. Now, don't get me wrong, you can get to the point where people will hire you to do what you do, but, you know, 90% of industry work is doing what other people design, you know. So, yeah, no, that's not confidence. Because I assure you, your illustration was worth way more than $100. Because you are awesome sauce. Yeah, I don't know. I never went through that. Like, maybe I was just always just a narcissist. Because I took little baby jars, because all we had was Duplo, and it was this Italian wax or plastiline, so it never got hot, or it never cured. If it got hot, it would get really soft. So our neighbor had like 11 babies, and I'm exaggerating, but she generated a lot of baby. I think she had quintuplets or something ridiculous. And so she generated a lot of baby food jars, and I would take the baby food jars, build like a little vignette, and it was Alien, because Alien had come out. Well, it was Star Wars first, and then it was Alien. I think Outland, like a Sean Connery movie. Always had a thing about. Well, she generated a lot of babies. I don't know. But I was doing those. I was selling those for like $10-12. If it was more than one character, I was selling them for like $20. And I mean, that was like in, 78, 79. It was a lot of money for some weird thing a kid did. That's but I mean, for God's sakes, I was making like anywhere between like $150-200 a weekend. I mean, in 1978, man, that was like some serious candy money. I was killing it. And that definitely gave me a lot of confidence. Well, I don't know. She was generating babies, right? Producing babies? You can generate having... You can relate to having 11 babies? Wow, Ash, these are new things I never knew. No, that's a can't. See, I can't read, it seems. I'm just glancing up. I'm sorry. I caught my mistake. I have not finished Clash or Attack on Titan. I never get to finish anything. And I would say, what was the Rick and Morty, but the one about the aliens? What was that one? What was that one called?
Rick and Morty?
No, the one that's like the aliens that their alien crashes into the house and it's the other one they did. It's from the people who did Rick and Morty, but it's not Rick and Morty.
Oh. Something Sunshine or something like that.
No. It's
Solar Opposites.
yes, Solar Opposites. I watched those. Some of those are.
Something Sunshine, Solar.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
got
see.
there.
I was like, all I could think of was how much I hate Jim Carrey when you said no. What was his Eternal Life of Sunshine? That's now you
That's
got
not
this.
even. That's Eternal Life of a Spotless Mind.
Yeah, right. Sunshine, right? What's the?
Sunshine. How did you get there?
I have no idea. No clue. Hey, Jeff. How we doing, sir? I have to go back and look at my original and see where we're at. Even I have to say that I know that Archer is an anime. Well, neither is Solar Opposites, but I think Archer is one of the funniest things in the universe. I'm sorry to hear that. Being sick is never good. Especially in these days when being sick could cause some massive anxiety. It's like, oh no, I'm sick. Yeah, being sick is never, ever, ever good. I'm really, really bad about being sick. I get really crabby.
How are your allergies doing?
I mean, they're not horrible. Like, I haven't had sinus infections or anything like that. So that's good. But the wind was pretty aggressive last week. And then we went to Vegas for one day. And I was there one day, and it still was rough. I don't know what it is about Vegas that just destroys my sinuses.
Yeah, I am the same. And I'll be a wreck after Albuquerque every time I go there too.
Yeah. I'm sad that I'm not going to Albuquerque.
I mean, if you could book a flight, it's this weekend.
Yeah. Can't afford that kind of traveling. Just vicarious traveling. What do you think I am, a millionaire?
Yeah, I'm paying for it out of my own pocket.
Yeah, it's not just the flight. I think it's like what, $1,100 or whatever.
Like 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,400. 1,500. Sorry.
It's so funny. I know so many people are like, "Oh, why aren't you there?" Oh, I'm like, "Yeah, because my company's not paying for me to be there, man." Should the edges be on eyebrow? Oh well, I mean, she's a wood carving. She is supposed to be a carved wood mask, so she got some sharp eyebrows. Mm-hmm. I'm making her a little more angsty than the other one. Mm-hmm. Right on, right on. It's been very quiet today. Not lots of questions. Going insane? Wasn't your dog already a little unstable?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm going to get my there's a young woman who's going to help me get my Instagram in order here at some point, but it means that I have to provide her with images, and once again it comes down to me taking time and energy to do Instagram, and I'm really bad about it.
It's rough. It's real rough.
Well, it's just like it's a full-time job, and
It really
sadly
is.
you know, I don't want my full-time job to be Instagram. Yes, yes, Jeff, what is your question, my friend? Why are you so bad at Instagram? Damn it, Jeff. Are you just is this a really long question, or are you waiting for me to tell you that you can do a question? Just like, you're so impatient.
Maybe your lag is like 13 minutes.
Is it?
No, that would be outrageous. It's probably not that bad.
It's about 13 seconds.
Shoo.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Jeff was just telling you he has a question. It's not a question for you. It's not even about ZBrush. He just has a question.
He's like, and I'm going to go talk to my wife about it right now.
Bye.
So yeah, I got a question for someone else. Yeah, so now when I sculpt things like this, I'm really focusing a lot more on sort of these surface interplays and like this little dent here in the cheekbone going up and around, as opposed to the original one, which is very smooth and round. Now, once again, this was based on traditional no masks, so they are referential. Not the little lines, those weren't in. Some of these are, but most of that's paint, where you know, I was trying to, but if we're redoing these, I just wanted to make sure that we now can do so much more with this program. I want to make sure that our
So Jeff said, For someone who's in the early stage of development, what should you advise them when gathering references for a design, whether it's jewelry or sculpture in general? Is too much, or is there never enough?
I would say there's never enough. Now, and what I mean by that is that, because too much can't be too much if you're confusing yourself, right? Because eventually, what I normally do is I gather just, like, let's say I'm doing, well, like the first project of the classes is a, what do you call it? The carnivorous plant. Help me here.
Picture.
Thank you. Jeez Louise. Never mind. I had a different word in my head, and I knew that wasn't it. Of a pitcher plant, right? And I probably have 50 to 100 pictures of pitcher plants and then carnivorous plants. And so, but now I have all those in a folder labeled and they're off to the side. So I like to collect reference. So when I decide to focus on one thing, I tend to go overboard and get a ton of reference, only because I now have a really strong, solid reference point. I have tons and tons of photos of, like, I'm really weird about astronauts. I love astronauts. I love spacesuits. I grew up, I was born in '69, so I grew up with the space program still being a real thing. And so I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of spacesuits and things like that. And, every once in a while I go back to them and, find the joy and inspiration in them, for all kinds of things. So I tend to be a research monkey. So I'm sure that there are some people who think that I go overboard in my research, but I would say, well, when it's too much is when it interrupts with you actually doing your job.
Yeah, you can't convince yourself you can't get started because you don't have enough references yet.
Yeah, no, that should never be your excuse not to work. Like, I do it because, well, once again, you're sort of filling your brain with the visual vocabulary of what you're about to work on. And so I use it to start to develop a visual rhythm. Hey, Hannibal. I'm doing well. Well, it depends on what dinosaurs, right? There were plenty of dinosaurs in the 60s. I know, I'm old. It's all good. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Because I lived before all of this social media garbage, so I know that there is truth where you poor confused children don't get it. I mean, it can be a tricky balance if you're using it as an excuse, I guess.
So
Right.
here's my question to add on to that.
Bananas.
As you're gathering references, let's say you want to sculpt a snake.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to say, well, it has to be this breed of snake, and I'm only going to get references for that breed? Or do you just get a bunch of snakes and use features from any of them?
Okay, so a little of both. Now, let's say I know that I'm doing a python, right? The person wants a python. And so I'll do snakehead python, right? Or python, or, do my Google searches. And often I'll just run into some really neat snakes. You know what I mean? You'll just accidentally, like, there's the weird little green tree snake that has the little pointy nose. And then there's the viper that has the the scales that almost look like feathers. And, you know, I'll see one of those, and if I see something that's just absolutely beautiful or cool, I'll find, 15 or 30 pictures of those and put those in a different folder. But that's vicarious, just because I don't want to lose some beautiful pictures, because I've been like, oh, I can find that again, and never found them again. So I tend to try to take advantage. If there's something that I want to keep around or that I find compelling, I'll keep it. But no, I try to be specific in my referencing. If it's meant to be specific, I will research specifically. Dune was absolutely stunning. It was one of the best designed movies that I've seen in a very long time. I liked it a great deal. I'm a big fan of the books. And I think that they did a really good job of keeping the spirit of the books. It'll be interesting to see, because the thing about the books is the more Paul becomes, the spiritual or God leader, he becomes very uncompelling as a character. Not uncompelling in the sense of you lose interest in him, but he's no longer a hero. He transcends hero and becomes something that is, no longer human. He has a hard time relating as a person to things after that. And that's the one thing that I thought was absolutely fascinating about it, because I have, I'm spectrum-y. I have emotional issues in the sense of I don't really have many. And I found it to be very interesting that the more Paul transcends, the less likable he is, and I think that it'll be very interesting to see how they do it, because it's under T.S. Wittelsbach. I think that it'll be interesting if they try to keep him likable, or if they really do, because at that point it becomes much more a relationship between the women in his life than about him. They are the story of the progression of the family, and the ideas all become through the women of the family. Well, until his son does what he couldn't do and completely transcends and becomes the worm. But it's hard to do that in cinema today, or in storytelling today, I think, because everything has to be likable, or people kvetch. Sin, I wish I could. I don't think that I have ever used fiber mesh. I've worked with other people who have used fiber mesh in the sense of converting it into, something that's printable, but I don't think I have once used fiber mesh to create hair, because for me, it's not very useful in the sense of it doesn't make very printable. It's not a great printable thing. I agree. Because let's face it, very, 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 very few people are truly, 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 truly moralistic in what that has become viewed as today. There are a lot of people who spout morals, and then I guarantee you the people who spout it the hardest, it's sometimes very easy to find where their very moralistic on one issue, but not as far as every issue, you know. And I think disturbed characters are far more interesting because we can associate with them, you know. I mean, let's face it, you know, read of Mice and Men. Not many people in that are, you know, great people. But what kills me is, you know, let's face it, most people don't read anymore. So it's trying to find TV or film that gives you that kind of perspective is tough. Luckily, some of the shows now are, you know, with the success of The Boys and things like that, you're getting some really good anti-hero, conflicted hero stuff again, which is kind of fun. I love The Boys. The Boys makes me cry laughing. It's hysterical. Yeah, Breaking Bad. Even though I never got to finish the series. I think I only saw like 3 seasons. Because for a while there, I had no TV. I mean, by choice. I was busy working. I know. I'm super excited about season 3. The Boys from word 1 was just, I almost died. My friend was like, "Oh, you gotta watch it." I'm like, okay, another superhero thing. And just that first episode is just so good. You're just like, oh my god. I was like, okay, these are my people. Whoever wrote this are my people. Yeah, Invincible is, you know, very, very similar. In the sense of the same concept, you know, where that whole pseudo-moralism. Well, it's funny because I haven't really dedicated much time to, I used to play tons of games. I mean, I had the 3 systems, and I used to play tons and tons of video games. And then I started working, and I haven't played it a lot. And so I'm a big cyberpunk fan in the sense of I grew up reading, you know, Stevenson and, you know, Gibson, and like before, you know, before we really had personal computers, cyberpunk really was, the genre of cyberpunk really was predictive. And then that's the vocabulary we actually use now for the internet. So coming from a time when, you know, computers weren't, I mean, they were real, but I mean, like a personal computer wasn't something that was a real thing, really. And reading about, you know, computers and the internet and the web and this and that, and, you know, the web wasn't real then. I mean, sure, it was there and in the military and blah, 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 but none of us ever thought about it. But man, cyberpunk was awesome. I loved it. And I loved all of the weirdness. I don't know why people get so crabby about it. One, it is beautiful. And now, mind you, I have a computer that can run it, you know, that can run it. But, oh my God, it is gorgeous. And when you're running down the street and all of a sudden someone T-poses and goes that way, that's hysterical. How can you not just laugh at that? And yeah, think about this one. Blade Runner was made in what, 1983? Was it 82 or 83? Someone Google that. But I think it's 82 or 83. I mean, this is pre-internet by, you know, 10 years. 82, yeah. Hey, that was a good guess, wasn't it? You know, nowadays, that vocabulary is so much a part of life that we don't even think about. That was before what they were talking about was even real. I mean, that truly is science fiction in the sense of, you know, in the 40s, people talking about landing on the moon. That wasn't real when that stuff was written. Now, because that's so mundane and that's been adopted as literally the vocabulary, the visual vocabulary for, you know, the future, you know, it's like, it was mind-bending for us. And what's crazy is that it's been insane watching it become reality and watching these things that were so inspirational become the things that are the guidelines for the future. So the engineers and the people who are designing the future are using films and books and TV shows for their inspiration. And it's been crazy to watch the world change over, you know, that 20 years, you know, from the late 70s to, you know, even the mid 90s. Our entire universe changed. I mean, you know, cell phones, why was the first cell phones flip phones? Because people wanted Star Trek communicators, not because it was easier, you know, to make something that had a moving part in it. No, it's, yeah. Yeah. You know, and the, you know, those are the things that created these images. You know, let's face it, Gibson and Stevenson, I mean, they've really created the vocabulary that we use for the internet now. You know, it's just wild, and it's been an amazing journey to watch it happen. And I'll tell you, I mean, in some ways you're like, oh yeah, I wish that, you know, I'd grown up after all of this social media stuff and all of that, but I don't. I am so glad that, you know, I was before cable TV, you know, where I remember a world without MTV. And that sounds like a stupid comment, except MTV changed the world in the sense of all of a sudden our most common video reference were music videos, and it changed how films were shot. I mean, you know, you didn't have films with intermission after that because people got used to the 20-second jump cut. And that is how people started to view and process this information, and it's changed dramatically. You know, I mean, when's the last time any of you have gone to a movie that had an intermission? You know, one, they don't make movies like that anymore because, well, multiplexes are here, and a multiplex wants to get, you know, 8 showings a day instead of 3. So they don't want long films because they can't get enough showings out of them to make, you know, their money. So films became shorter. What's really interesting is that films have started to become longer again, which is an interesting trend. Yeah. Oh, I took a picture. We were just down in Hollywood, and I took a picture of the Cinerama Dome because the Cinerama Dome used to have their 70 millimeter film festival. And so it was either once a year or every other year. They would do Lawrence of Arabia at the Cinerama Dome. And we'd go every year. That was a thing. I love that film. It's a great film. Great soundtrack. Maurice Jarre killed it. But yeah, patience in cinema is gone, that's for sure. Well, stories were better because stories were important. You know, stories aren't nearly as important anymore because you're going in for that adrenaline rush or that pheromone hit. And so you want the ooh, I love story and feel good about yourself at the end of the day, or you want that action adventure. I mean, you know, just people, God, what, my housemates were watching Ambulance the other day, and I walked in and I was like, what's this? They're like, Ambulance. And all of a sudden, like, these two cars hit and they twist and they're sparking and they're blowing away. And it's like, oh, this is a Michael Bay film, isn't it? I had no idea, you know. It's like, but it was because, you know, and those films do well because they strike those adrenaline points or whatever, you know. But, you know, story is not nearly as important because, I mean, just think about how many films or TV shows, you know, one does well and then 3 other knockoffs of it come out. And, you know, it's just, I would argue it's, no one's out there really killing it for story. Even though, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, there's some fabulous films that have fabulous stories. And now that everything's gone to TV, luckily there's some really well-written TV in the world nowadays. I mean, before Netflix lost 2/3 of its value or whatever, you know, it's one of the largest film production companies in the world. And don't get me wrong, they produce garbage, but it also gives you a chance to produce stuff that would never get made otherwise. I don't know, I'm massively OCD. If the film is compelling, I can definitely sit and watch a long film. That doesn't bother me at all. But it definitely has to keep me entertained.
Even if it's the most entertaining thing I've ever seen in my entire life, I will not stay awake for an hour to watch it.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
I can't sit still for that long. I can't pay attention to one thing for that long.
And see, I wonder how much of that is how people process information now. Because films just used to be long, you know? I mean, like, you would have lived a very sad life not being able to watch any movies. I think we're breeding ADHD into kids. I think it's carrots.
Might be. When I'm on my meds, I can sit through the whole movie.
What's interesting, there's the whole, I've been reading, well, it's been a little while since I've read anything. But, you know, there's the concept now that dyslexia is an evolutionary trait. It's no longer just a malfunction. Because dyslexia allows for a better translation between 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional space. And that's why most of your famous traditional sculptors were all dyslexic. And it's rare. I mean, they're out there, but it is far more rare to find a sculptor who is not dyslexic, because dyslexia gives you a better conceptualization of 3-dimensional space, or the transition of 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional space. And so there are a bunch of white papers, and it's sort of a new theory. Well, I mean, it's old now. I mean, 5-6 years is when I think that's when I first saw some of this. And they're like, well, you know, since the advent of print and photography and then TV, the people who can translate from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional space are more successful. So then, you know, the people who are better at that are more dyslexic. So dyslexia became an evolutionary trait. I didn't say it's all, and I would argue now it's probably less dramatic. But I mean, if you do, I mean, Modigliani, Leonardo, you just go through it. Most good sculptors are dyslexic. Sorry, don't mean to be the bearer of bad news there for you. you should start getting more confused with your left and right. You're going to be better. I didn't say that ADHD is fake. I said that I think that it's probably a byproduct of how, if you are getting more and more information brought to you faster and, stories less important, it's much more about the immediate visual impact, blah, blah, blah. I think that could have a lot to do. You're right. I didn't say that, but I mean, I'm not hinting at it. No. No. No, I didn't say you'd be a failure at your career. I mean, any hack can get a job. I'm sorry. You made me say that. Now I'm going to get yelled at because I was being mean to you. How dare you say that, Dash? I'm gonna get a hate group. Jeez, no one can take a joke anymore. No, I'm not hopping around with my foot in my mouth. I didn't say that all. I said that if you go back and you read most of your sculptors who, historic sculptors who have things written about them, a whole lot of them are dyslexic. That's all I said. I didn't say it was an if and or. All right. That's exactly what I said, actually. Doomed, I say. Well, not if you're dyslexic. Well, no, my argument is that dyslexia is bred. That's why, that's my whole damn point, is that it is now because of the breeding, it's no longer just a dysfunction. It has become a evolutionary trait, or a survival of the fittest trait. I don't know. I'll send you the white paper. Jeez Louise. What you do is you just train yourself to where you don't know which one of these is an L. That's always been my absolute favorite thing. People are like, I go, I'm dyslexic, and they go, well, all you have to do is do this, and this one's an L. I'm like, if I could tell which one of those was an L, I wouldn't be dyslexic. What was that? It was tonight. I was reading. Someone said it. And it was something like that. It was like, oh, they were like, oh, I can't. It was like, which rhymes with banana or whatever. It's like, no, you're wrong. Which doesn't rhyme with banana. Like, it was something like that. Never mind. It's true, because I'll tell you what, if you can learn dyslexia, you definitely have spent enough time to learn to be a good sculptor. Oh, that's why we started an education platform, because I believe that anyone can learn to do this. Because let's face it, the kids who have talent, I think you're right. I think you're right. Because, people who are like, oh, the kids who have natural talent. Well, if you really pay attention, most of those are the kids who were obsessive about drawing or sculpting when they were kids. It's not necessarily that they had a natural talent. They just had a passion to do it. Because so much of all of this is just doing it. Well, it wouldn't have to be a new platform. It would just have to be one that's slightly backwards.
No.
I mean, to be fair, I could argue that I already have a dyslexic teaching platform, because if you've ever listened to me talk about anything, I'm definitely preaching dyslexia. Well, I've just been told I can't teach everyone dyslexia, but Ash, you and I, we'll do it. We'll do a monthly teaching session where I'll teach you to be dyslexic. Actually, you know how you can train your dyslexia? Get a copy of Leonardo's notebooks, because he wrote backwards and reversed, and when you can read that, you're dyslexic. That's true. Wow, this intro came so soon. I was a really weird case dyslexic, because I read really well, but I read in rhythm. Like, I kind of see movies when I read. So I kind of have to gear up. If you interrupt me, it's a mess. I can't do it. But that was a weird thing about me as a dyslexic, is that I read very well. But books on tape are a godsend, or Audible, or whatever you want to call it. I guess I'm dating myself. Books on tape. They don't have tapes anymore, do they?
Never heard of it.
What is this tape you speak of? Is that what I block out my paint with? Yes, that's what that is.
Masking or duct?
Exactly. Today we're going to discuss drawing with your left hand. And it didn't help that I was left-handed when I was a kid, and the nuns beat me until I used my right hand. Ugh. So Ash, I have a question for you. Do you see all these like little announcements? Are they like I guess I don't think I have ever been mentioned in one of these breakdown, like, see that ZBrush.sh Giloom? I don't think I've ever seen one of those. What's a ZBrush breakdown? Is that a new thing that I don't know about? Oh, interesting. So yes, it's a thing I didn't know about. Oh, cool. That's actually nice. Yeah, I think that's very true, actually. I don't think anyone really knows that I stream, because... Yeah, I think that's probably truer than you think it is, sadly.
I think when you were forced to take that like 2 months off because your computer was busted, it like screwed up the schedule and all that.
Oh, yeah, no.
They just never really put you back on it.
I just like to harass them, I don't care. All I know is our ZBrush Summit presentation was very well received, so... And then they forgot. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been on Top Row. To be fair, I don't post. Do you post much on the forums? On ZBrush forum? I just find when they changed the format, it made it really difficult to be seen, you know. And then when they ditched my thread was in the, what was it? The best of ZBrush or the top ZBrush forum or whatever. Man, I had over 500,000 views. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy.
And then that's all gone now.
It's still there.
No,
Not in a place anyone would use.
Yeah, no, they don't do the threads that way anymore. That thread page isn't there anymore.
I thought you could still find them. You just had to really look for them.
Oh, I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's not part of the forum anymore, really. You know.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because when they took that down, that was one of the only things that really, in a lot of ways, made me relevant to the forums anymore. Because I don't really post much anymore. It's just it's just so fast, you know. And the great thing about the forums was that you got a lot of input from your peers. And now it's so fast. There are so many people who participate in it that, compared to what we got out of the forums, I think it's a very different experience now. Because there weren't a whole lot of us back then.
That's the biggest difference, yeah.
Yeah, it's like... Well, you never have to prove to me that you're a good sculptor. You're slobber god. You sculpt slobber like no human I've ever met. It's awesome. Okay, you're okay at other things too, but you know. No, it's not all you have. You also are a really good bread stomper, from what I remember. You're one of my heroes. I don't know what you're on about. Sound troubled? Come on now. At least people know who you are.
At least you have your name on your Twitch streams.
Right? At least you don't stream as Pablo or Shane. I'm having an identity crisis. They stole my only one social media thing. I lost 500,000 views. At some point, I'm going to have to pull it together and stream on my own again, because I have to admit, streaming not on Pixelogic was fun. Not that streaming on Pixelogic is not fun, but I could do and say a lot more things that I would never dream of doing or saying here. But the problem is that I do this on Monday. Tuesday literally is an all-day event where I'm doing office hours for the students and stuff. It just, once again, just trying to find time where you can, stream again. That's tough. And why I'm not making millions of dollars on social media. Well, I'm sure there are a few reasons for that, but sadly, streaming jewelry design is not relatable to people.
Not enough people.
Also, unlike, doing monsters and things like that, when people come in and look at my stream, half the time they have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, this is a rare case because we're actually sculpting a character, but, sad thing about jewelry is you don't know what it is until it's nearly done, So unless you're interested in that process, it's not very compelling streaming. Hey, David. To the masses. my friend was saying that I should start streaming me playing Cyberpunk because I'm also just ridiculous. I had one of the best headshot kill rates. He couldn't believe how good my headshot kill rate was, or my one-shot headshot kill. It was crazy because I would hack them, put them to sleep, and then walk by with my sniper rifle and shoot them in the skull on the ground. He's like, that's so cheating. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's totally right. I'm a hacker, right? Isn't that how I'm supposed to do? He's like, you can't do that. I'm like, watch, it works every time.
Yeah, that sleep thing is OP.
I love it. It's great. Especially when you start to be able to see through buildings and you can see them like, 4 stories away. You can knock them out. And then you just walk through the building shooting people in the skull. It's a really good way to earn points, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I really do wish Cyberpunk were a multiplayer game, though. Because that would be fun to go hang out and just randomly run around and beat people up with sex toys and stuff with your friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, eventually it's supposed to be like Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. Well, I know they have the development for it. I mean, that was one of the things they worked on from the very beginning. Hopefully it won't be 17 years before it comes out. They were like, oh, you'll love The Witcher. The Witcher isn't as fun. I don't know. I think it's just hysterical running around in a pink bunny hat hitting people with sex toys. I mean, how can you not find that entertaining?
It's many masks. You've entered at a weird time. For the
I'm not sure which one. No, I don't think I've played Elden Ring. See, my problem is that I actually want to be good at things. And sadly, it takes time to be good at games. And then I just get into a phase where I have a very hard time not working. But Cyberpunk became kind of like therapy for me because you can just walk around on the streets and, just wreak havoc. It's not totally storyline. And like when I was stressed or aggro, it was really nice just to run around town and just wreak havoc. What we're doing is we're cleaning up. So this is what is it? How many years has it been now? So it's 15 years.
Yep.
So this ring's about 15 years old. And we've decided that, one, we want to start selling them again. I mean, they've always been for sale on Ink Metal, but want to be actively selling them again. And we just figured that some of these designs, especially since I teach completely different processes than how these were done. Like, this hair is garbage now. And, it's just, I do things very differently now. And I know what makes good jewelry. So some of this stuff is not good jewelry anymore. I mean, when they were made, yes. But now, they're very different. Yes, this is Hanya. Hanya is a scorned, the spirit of a scorned woman. Well, I sculpt things digitally and then create them physically. Hold on. Let's show you the ring. No. Not ink metal, in caps, of course. You would figure that if I keep hitting the cap locks, I would eventually hit the not cap lock, right?
Yeah, you would turn it off.
Yeah, I don't know why that never happens.
You only turn it on.
I know it's bad. Hold on. So here's Hanya. Right, so this is the original ring. And the hair's symmetrical. A lot of the stuff doesn't work quite as well being polished. There are things that I now know about printing and casting that I wasn't using then. So these are fairly, I mean, like I said, these are 15-year-old models. And like just things like cutting the hair, like all the eyebrows and stuff are actually cut into the head. And I don't do things that way anymore. Actually, you know what? We have the Green Man here. So this was the original sculpt of the Green Man. And then this was the resculpt of the Green Man. And you can see that what I was just throwing in hash marks and stuff to create sort of visual texture and sort of an illustrated an illustration concept. But the problem is this surface is so chattery that you sort of lose detail, because when you start cutting all these lines into things, you lose the surface, you lose the surfaces, and it becomes less obvious. Then hold on, we have the one that's the split. So this is it, half and half, and this was done for a class. This wasn't really done as a product, because there's some things that I would put some more detail into this, but doing these things where it's much more sculpted as layers as opposed to lines cut into the surfaces, you can see that, you know, when you start to go back, like even to this scale, it becomes much clearer. This side is much clearer to see. The details are easier to identify if they're not just completely broken up with hash marks. And since hash marks were a thing that I used quite a bit, and everything still, they don't look bad. It's just doing it differently and then using the hash marks only as an illustrative process or creating an illustrated feeling. But I'm identifying these planes better, and it becomes much easier. It becomes much easier to identify on a small object from a distance. No, it looks fine up close, but when you get, 10 feet away, you're like, well, what is that? Where if you're using layers and less chatter, it actually becomes oh. Have a very good night. Sleep well. And dream of evolution.
And it's important to remember this is jewelry. This is not a full-size mask that will go on someone's face. It's
right
30 millimeters tall.
Yeah. So a lot of the techniques that we're talking about, when I say it's a failure, it's not that it's bad. It's that just doing some simple changes in how you work on layers make small, highly reflective metal objects easier to see and read. I love this guy. He's like one of my favorite. so the character, he pulls his horn out and it's almost like this lightsaber. I wish we could do that, reorganize it where you could pull it out and it's like a little gold toothpick. Yeah. Right, where yeah. Skull rings. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Tomorrow it should show up between noon and 2. We got a Formlabs Form 3 BL. So what is it? It's like a 13 by, is it 19 by 13? What's the build platform on it? It's big. I think it's like 13 by 19 by 9 or something like that. It's pretty awesome, whatever it is.
Form 3L. 13 by 8 by 12.
That's beautiful. Well, these characters definitely have backstories because these were based on traditional No masks. And so these are all characters from No drama.
When you're working on your own original pieces, do you have a story in your head for them?
Yeah. But I have a story in my head for... Story is important. So even when I'm doing things that like wedding rings or something, there's still a story in my head. And I mean, it can be a visual rhythm or, but I'm always telling myself stories, when it comes to design, if that makes sense.
Did you get wash and cure stations?
Did I what?
Did you get wash and cure stations for the L?
Oh yeah. Yeah. They're going to show up, I think, next month. There's a back order on those. But yeah. Do you know how many gallons of alcohol that wash station takes?
I cannot even imagine.
10.
And how, God, I hope it has a really good seal on it
I
so
know.
it doesn't evaporate a gallon a month.
I know. Yeah. In the days of COVID, all of a sudden, isopropyl alcohol became an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Someone was saying they were using something else.
Yeah, there's a couple options.
But I think what's really bummed me out is I was going to buy a 50-gallon drum, and a 50-gallon drum was going to cost me $300, and that was before COVID. The cheapest you can get a 50-gallon drum now is like $600.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, what's really nice is, with like the form printer, I have a form 2 right now. But hold on, let me see if I can find the Instagram picture of this ring. Hold on, where is it? Is it this one? Yeah. So if you look at this, right? Now this is a Dynameshed version of this ring. This is not the high resolution. So if you look at just this area right here, let's go to Instagram and find this. This gives you a really good idea of what you can actually get out of. And this is also, when I talk about resolution in a printer, this is what I'm talking about.
Are we looking for the one with the eye?
Mm-hmm. It's down here.
I found the one with the lotus.
There are a few pictures. It's the Mayan ring and it together. There we go.
Yeah.
So if we...
Not too much further. There you go.
If we get... There's the one... Yeah, this picture here. I mean, you can see that we're really even getting like the... These were aggressively polished. We did not polish these two rings. So the Mayan ring got very over-polished out of this set. But you can see here, even being over-polished, just look at the stroke details we get in this. You know, it's actually pretty impressive, especially for being over-polished. There's Fudo in there. You know, you can still see that there's strokes. You can see strokes in the iris. Now, you can see that this has been over-polished because you can't see the plates here. Oh, that's the crab. Is there another? Weren't there a couple in here? Yeah, like this is a Jaguar, and you can see that it's been polished off. Where the back side of this, like this, you can barely tell what it is. It's been over-polished. But what's crazy is this stuff back here is really flat, and they didn't over-polish it, and it's incredible how high detail some of this little Mayan face stuff back here is. But these rings were over-polished, and they're still pretty friggin' impressive with what came out of them. Where's the... Western military or Western martial art ring? Isn't that in here? The gold skull one. Art station. So you hear, like, I will say negative things about printers in the sense when we start talking about detail, and people are like, oh, well, that is blah, 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 blah. But when I talk about detail, I'm talking about surface detail, not linear detail, because any printer out there can print, you know, a 3/4 of a millimeter wire. I don't view that wire detail as what I'm talking about as detail. What I'm talking about as detail is, like, this actually has, oh, come on. Oh, I scroll down. ArtStation always confuses me. But see how you can see like this crinkle, it looks like a little, like a chiseled stone pattern behind this. Right? And it really, that detail is what's hard to keep. Like this little texture here, you can see how there's like the brush texture on the ring, or on the ring. How do you, is it Control Plus? Is that what we're doing here? All right. But you go in here and there's texture in this ring of this like hammered plate. That's the detail that's incredibly hard to get and incredibly hard to keep. The just lines, I mean, the linear detail is much easier to retain. Actually, Mike's a master of this. Look. Ether 11 jewelry. Come on. Now see, he does great work, and he gets this very, very fine patterning. And these are up close, so they look very big. But he's really smart about this, because like all these shapes and these really tiny patterns, what makes his stuff look so sharp and clean is that if you'll notice, it's not really sculptural detail. It's like linear detail in the sense of you can just lap polish this stuff, right? It's and it's done intentionally. I'm only speaking really good stuff about this because he does it incredibly well. But you'll notice that the patterns, like if I do this, these have half quarter edges and they have little hash marks, and I'm a lunatic about surface detail, where this stuff reads so clean and really nice, because you can polish it flat, right? And so that's why this is flat linear detail that you can lap polish, where my sculpted detail is a nightmare. It becomes very difficult to finish well without over polishing. Obviously you can over polish this as well, but it's much easier to over polish something that has little faces, you know, that are 1/10 of a millimeter tall than it is a flat pattern.
Yeah, you'd have to work harder to accidentally polish the darker areas of that.
Yeah. And I mean, that's a conscientious decision. You know, I mean, his stuff, it looks so much better in person than here because it's actually smaller. You know what I mean? So it's even cleaner. They do great work. And they're some of the nicest people I know. So it's much, much more difficult to keep like these little dents here. And I leave, for the most part, I try to leave these brush strokes in now because I am quite fond of them, where that becomes very difficult to keep in the part. But when you do, it's awesome because it really feels hand sculpted. You really get a lovely finish if you can get it finished well. And getting it finished well is tricky. There are many a caster on this planet that hates my guts. I don't want to hear you say that could be a much more open statement. They don't have to be casters.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I know, I heard you thinking it. You thought it so loud, I heard it. You're like, why would you limit that to casters? I could, actually. Have to do a little alteration to get it there, but yeah. Oops. I didn't realize I was on lasso. I tell you, I want to make, what was the printer company in China that wanted, I sent the things, they wanted to do the masks, and I sent them the picture of me, or my devil sculpt. I think we definitely have to make me masks. Not because I'm narcissistic, because that's funny.
Not at all.
What? That's a great image. It's funny. Especially if they had actually used it. I have no idea if they used it or not.
I don't remember anything else about it.
Instead of having the teeth go back and be deep teeth, I'm filling this in a little, so this is still a trap, but if you leave a nice slope in here, it allows the plaster to come out easier than getting stuck back up in there. So yet again, the readjusting of old things. Yeah, never be afraid of starting over. I mean, like, people get really stressed out when they crash. They're like, oh, I lost it. I mean, that's why I have like 15 versions of things, because I crash, I lose everything. I'm like, oh, all right, whatever. Because if you can't remake it, then you don't understand the model, you know? Yeah, it's more work, but it also makes you much better at what you do. Just for you, crashing as a godsend. You're like, yeah, making me better. I'd love to say that I'm that disciplined. But Henry has heard me cuss many a night. No!
Tomas never gets upset. Never gets upset when he loses a model or something crashes.
No.
He says this was meant to be, and you know what?
It was a godsend.
It'll be even better the next time.
After I scream and cuss for 40 minutes. I was about to lose my mind last night. I tried to open Photoshop and every stroke was pausing, and Photoshop took 6 hours to do it. Oh my God, I was so angry. My machine should never be slow like that.
That's what I was going to say. What are you doing to it?
I don't know.
You probably need some updates, man.
All right. Tell me what that even means.
You're not the kind of guy that regularly updates their system.
What's that mean?
Uh-huh.
Well, I updated it when we got it, right?
Yeah, and that's the only update it'll ever get.
You know, it's really weird. Do you notice that the RAM isn't moving? But like when I reboot, it'll move. But then I look over and then it stops moving. that doesn't fill me with confidence.
It's just your IQ profile.
Well, no. My point is that the IQ profile has it moving, but it's not moving.
Well, you have a lot. You have two different IQ profiles.
I have a bunch
operating. Well, no. I mean, you permanently and continuously have at least two IQ profiles running.
Yeah.
One of them takes over via the Commander Pro when the system is either shutting down or coming up, while IQ technically isn't running to provide the active profile. So the profile that you have set for like downtime or sleep or whatever, it includes the commands to make the RAM LEDs light up in series. But your running profile, when IQ actually boots and takes over, isn't.
All right.
So we just need to update your profile.
Well, as long as it isn't... Oh, I'm dying.
No. Nope. Just a goofy computer thing.
I definitely have a goofy computer, so...
Mm-hmm.
I was about to put my foot through it yesterday, though.
You focus that rage on Photoshop, not the system.
Oh no, I definitely was, but then it fed over to where like literally, I'd do this, I'd stroke once, and then it wouldn't happen. Then I'd stroke, or like I start stroking, and then the stroke starts here. You know what I mean? There was just like this general lag and everything. I was just like, ah. Mm-hmm. It's like there's so much speed in this machine. There should not be lags on something simple. I mean, it was like a 2 million poly model. Oh my God, I was losing my mind. I was just like, oh my, I'm done. I'm like so ready to murder someone. I'll tell you what, I was not killing any benchmarks in ZBrush last night. It's not doing it today. I mean, I rebooted and everything too, so. But ooh wee. I don't understand how Photoshop can be such a hog. I mean, if Photoshop is slow and laggy on my machine, how does anyone use this program?
Yeah, I'm sure it's update stuff. Or, I mean, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, it started some, but it's still, Photoshop is just a bruiser. A bruiser. See, there's a lot more depth information in this one so far. Don't you agree?
Sorry, I'm typing to Cena. What'd you say?
I said there's a lot more depth information in this version.
Oh, yeah. And a lot more crisp edges. It's less roundy.
Yeah. And we'll go back in and put detail in.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we can knock, like I can knock that edge off in smoothing if I want to get rid of it, you know. But I like to define my surfaces with edges initially. And then, like, let's say we don't want this to be such a edgy cheekbone. You know, there's nothing wrong with coming in and knocking that off. right? To get that not to be aggressive. But those two planes are still in relation as if that were sharp, you know. And that can be an aesthetic decision later. But when I'm block up sculpting, I want my edges so I know where my reflective planes are. The nose should be wider. I think they're roughly the same width. It's just that this has these grooves cut in it. Oh, you're not talking about me.
No. Cena sent me a picture of Hanya mask he was working on, and I was giving him some critiques.
Oh, I was like, the nose is pretty much the same distance. I don't know what you mean.
No,
It's wider.
Yeah, no, you got a good wide nose.
The National No Theater in Tokyo is so nice. It's so cool.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Oh, yeah. Kabuki's a lot more dynamic. A lot of people find it a lot more entertaining. No could be pretty slow. But it's neat. The other thing that's really cool about No is that, like, No masks don't, like, cover the whole face. They sit on the face. So the faces appear small, if that makes sense. It's really interesting how they're worn. It gives you a very ethereal feeling. They're neat. I'm a big fan of No. I like it.
I had no idea.
I like it. No one would ever be able to guess that. Shocking, I know. Yeah, the other day someone was like, "Oh, you don't do like photorealistic sculpting. Everything you do is kind of cartoony." I'm like, "Well, it's not necessarily cartoony. It's just stylized so it looks good in metal, you know."
Right? How much photorealistic jewelry is the world hoping for right now?
Well, and also the problem is that it just, you know, if you put all those pores and everything in it, it looks like crap in jewelry. That's just not. It's not how metal works, sadly. That's like one of the biggest mistakes that people who come out of like the gaming or film world make when they're trying to do product is that that hyper realism, unless you're going to paint it, you know, like toys. And I would argue even in toys I think it's too much, but the paint will define so much. But in polished metal, you know, all that pores and stuff, it's just distracting. It's just like the Green Man, right? There's just too much going on. It never really reads good. I need someone who can get us to China and talk to William Chang, figure out how he casts titanium. That's what I want to know. Because his titanium casting's ridiculous. But he also developed that unbreakable ceramic that he uses. Isn't it William? Is it William Chang? Wallace. I knew that didn't sound right. Wallace Chang, I think.
Chan.
But I guess his ceramic is very impressive. I mean, just as a material. It's supposed to be really cool stuff.
Pretty wild, yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
And what's funny is I've been wanting to make stuff that looks like that for, you know, decades. I've wanted to cast titanium like that. And everyone's like, you can't. And then someone showed me that recently. And I was like, holy Hannah. I know, it's awesome, right?
Yeah.
I wanted all these things in titanium like that. To get like really cool dynamic colors and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was told I can't do it.
You can die cast titanium, right?
Oh, yeah. That's why I want those lasers, so I could cut die stamps at this resolution. I just love that jade cicada. It is so cool. And it's big.
So you can cast titanium not too much differently than you would think of casting silver or gold, but it has to be oxygen free,
Oh yeah.
which isn't, you know,
It just has to be
difficult to come across
cast with
these
an
things.
inert gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but no one does it. I mean,
No.
like everyone's like, "Oh, it's so hard. It's so this. It's so that. It can't be done." Blah 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 blah.
I mean, every new tech will cast in an oxygen-free environment. I don't know that the temperatures get hot enough, though. I found a sort of tutorial, more of a research paper on Ganaskin, however you pronounce that,
Caniskin, yeah.
on casting titanium.
Yep. Everyone tells me I'm an idiot. Well, that might not be because of the titanium.
Now that time, I thought about saying something
Well, I know.
and didn't.
That's why I alley-ooped it to you. I gave you the opportunity, and then you let me down, so I had to say it myself. I had to throw myself under the bus. You really ruined my self-deprecating humor. I just want you to know.
Well, I'm letting you have self-deprecating humor and not, you know, external deprecation. If I did the deprecation for you, there's no self.
I guess. It's tiring talking this much crap about myself, though. It's hard. There's so many opportunities. I just... It's exhausting.
Oh, only 15 more minutes.
What?
Mm-hmm. It went fast.
How does everyone else get stuff done during these things? And I can't seem to get anything done ever.
I don't think most people go out of their way to answer questions. Or to show the answer to the question, and just, instead of just saying, "Oh yeah, I'd use this tool," and that's it.
Right. And I'm just really never in a hurry. And I don't prepare. It's a pretty good base.
Yeah, looks great.
Here's a lot more character than the other one.
What are you gonna do for the band?
We'll do
Brass, or you gonna remesh the old one?
well, I pulled it. Hold on, where is it? I pulled it
Mm-hmm.
to here, so we'll remesh it and then make the ropes actually look like ropes as opposed to whatever those are. You can look at how much I cared.
Yeah.
I didn't even make them S shapes. I just made them.
We've got tubes now if you want to get real legit.
Oh my god, that is
Curve
so.
brushes.
I know. Isn't that hysterical? Look at that.
Yeah. And you can apply it to all the mask rings.
Oh yeah. No, that's why I separated it so we can.
Mm-hmm.
So funny. That rope is ridiculous. Especially when we can just come in here. I think I have a rope brush in here somewhere. Oh my god, there's so many new brushes in here. Yeah, ropes. Have to smooth it out. Duplicate. Clay tubes. Let's use SK trim. There we go. Got a rope. Look at that. Woo, rope.
Ta-da!
Tighter rope.
Is the significance of the rope to be an implication of the mask, like it's being worn around the face?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, I see.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. But I think that by just making, or by being hyper lazy when I did this, I think that by striping these look like rope too, and these aren't supposed to be rope, they're just a pattern. A patterned frame.
It does just look like bigger rope.
Yeah, and that removes the context of the rope around the face, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or the fact that that is rope, right? And this is not. Right, I think that
Yeah.
punches that as rope much better.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
definitely some weird
The second
clouds.
non-rope rope takes the story away from
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's bigger and because it's not S-shaped, it looks stronger. You know, it's a more solid form. So we're going to remove that for sure. And I was really lazy on my clouds. Those are some really lousy clouds. This thing right here, that's a horrible cloud. Oh no. Who did that? Man, it's funny to see. You know, you're like, I just need to get something there so we can then do faces, you know. Also, you couldn't get nearly as high a resolution mesh then.
Yeah.
In fact, at this point, you could not have a model that was more than 3 megs. It would fail.
Oh, Lord. That's very different now.
Yeah. Yeah, for a while, I would open a model and then it wouldn't read it, but it did read it. It just wouldn't show up here. So I never saw the model open. I never bothered hitting the star, like digging deeper into it, right? These just were never there. But if I had hit tool, I would have seen them here, right? Like down here. But they weren't showing up here if they were too big. And I really screwed myself. I got myself into a weird loop. It was when I was doing a bunch of the little monsters that I was trying to do for toys. And I kept losing them, and then I would open a new one, right? I would think that I had a new model, but I didn't have a new model. All of them were in it, but they weren't showing up. And so they kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger because I just kept opening more and more things up into them. Oh, Paul was just like, he's like, push that. And I'm like, what? He's like, push that. I'm like, and I'm like, oh. He's like, you're an idiot. He's like,
Is that when you started to develop your idea that ZTLs are always better than ZPRs?
might have been. Whoa, look at that.
I could see that as a cause for that idea.
That's weird. Why is that hollow? See, that's... Remember when I said that was hollow and it shouldn't be hollow? It just did that and it was hollow. And it shouldn't do that. Dynamesh. See that weirdness right there? What is that even about? Why is it doing that? Interesting. I have a hole in there somewhere.
Dynamesh lower.
Well, there's a hole going through, so it thinks that that's a thickness. You see what I mean? Because it shouldn't. Because if you look in here, you're not looking. It's double-sided, right? Hold on. Let's get rid of this real quick. See on the inside there, it's double-sided. So I have holes in there somewhere from when I used it as a trying to think of the word. When I booleaned it, it acted weird. Jesus, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Don't even know what I'm saying. ZBrush that and let's see if it does it as a... See, you got me distracted. I don't want to ZBrush that. We're working on something else.
My fault.
Totally your fault. That one was totally your fault. I'm blaming you on that.
That's fine.
Boop. No. Go on. Meow. Incredibly important sound effects there.
If you're not making noise.
You ain't sculpting. Uh-oh. Ash would just yell at me some more. Oh, because I'm not dyslexic and I don't yabber, I'm not a sculptor. That's exactly what I'm saying. Don't you forget it. Meow. Where are you? Yes, another t-shirt quote. But now... Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Oh.
Mm. Some of us make merch.
Yeah, I don't put a lot of it together, but we have merch.
No, that's not what I wanted. Stop it, everybody stop. Stop it. That's not real.
You should advertise your merch. That's a different story. A far more time-consuming process, frankly.
Advertising merch. That's not real. Then you should learn to advertise. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the truth. I should learn to dislike social media less.
Does that mean I have to learn to dislike social media less? Or just you?
No, it's probably just me.
Thank God. Because
You need to learn to take more screenshots so I have content for social media.
that is true.
Yeah.
No, I'm
That
very
is
bad at that.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, I'm really bad at that. No. I can't remember what the angle is. Like, eyes don't look straight. You're actually looking at like a 3-degree canter out.
What?
That's real.
Canter.
Or, you know what I'm talking about.
UI.
Oops. Not local. Mm-hmm. isn't that working? Because we have a history state assigned. So if you see the little red, here, hold on, we're going to back this up. No, it's not going to do it. If you see a little red thing in your timeline, that means there is a history state assigned somewhere. Like I was just trying to use projection uses history state. So we have to make sure that our history state isn't in that weird pass spot. So you just hold down Control, tap it, then tap it again, and now there's no history state. And now I can come in here and do this. Fill these guys up. Projection tools get really squirrely when you are using symmetry. But if you are locked straight to an angle, you can see that it's pulling here a little, right? Right there, because that's going around that edge. But like for the fronts of this, it's fine. You can get away with that. And then turn symmetry off, come back around here. And we're just going to project that back and in. Come back here. Project that back and in. I'm holding down Alt to make sure that it's coming up to the ball. We gotta go boop. Nope. Don't like them.
Okay, start wrapping it up.
Don't wanna. All right. Hold on. Okay. Not a bad start. We have to spend more time with Hanya because everybody knows who Hanya is. Okay. All right, kind and gentle folk. Been a lovely evening of sculpting. Not a whole lot of questions, but we'll take that as a bonus, saying that I'm an incredibly compelling streamer that answers all your questions. So you had no questions.
Just too enthralled to even think of a question.
Yeah, it was incredibly impressive on my part. It's because I'm dyslexic. All right. It was lovely to have you. Everyone, please upload models for next month. Next week, we will start critiques next week. hit like and subscribe and the little bell thing on YouTube, because that's very important for us. It's important. It's important. And what else? Go to ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. Oh, buy ZBrush. ZBrush is a wonderful thing. You should own it. Join our Discord. Yeah, I don't know. Is that
I
it?
think that's it.
All right. Woo! Thank you, Pixelogic, for letting me stream, even if you don't remember that I'm doing it. I'm that mystery streamer. And yeah, all right. See you guys next week. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.